Good evening. Um, well, I was just logging in basically to see if there's any questions from some of the folks that come to this live stream frequently. But there are always things to talk about related to T and Do. And so I'll start with something, I guess, in that regard. And as there was this, it was just posted a story about the crash that allegedly happened, UFO crash that allegedly happened in the Soviet Union in what's now called Kazakhstan, I think. And that happened in 1968, I think it was. And I just realized something. All right. Why did I think it was 1973 that happened? Gosh. I gotta go back and look at my videos to see where I got that wrong. I hope this. Because I thought it was talking about 1973. That's what caught my eye about it. That story. So. Saying it's 1968 it happened. All right. All right. Well, I mean, it was interesting looking at the footage of it showing the Soviet Union soldiers. And of course, I know that people were making movies in those days. They could have been making a science fiction movie. Sure. Because, I mean, the subject of UFOs had been, in 1968 was, in a sense, popular in some ways. And in the science fiction genre. And so it could have been that, but it also could have been that it really happened. And how do I relate that? How do I bring evidence to that? Well, T&O said that they performed some of the crashes, like Roswell and Aztec, were the two crashes that they believed were next level staged. A way to give the human kingdom evidence of beings from outer space and their technology, and that they were physical. That was a big part of it, because of how all the metaphysical and New Age movement have rendered the existence of a creator as a force, a consciousness, or a universal mind, or a cosmic consciousness, like I just said, and that's a distraction from the truth that the Earth and all the life forms on it was created the same way that scientists create things in the laboratory. It wasn't created in a religious way. All right. So anyway, howdy, Benjamin Baldridge. Jay Pollock says about to listen to the last one again, and here you are live. Yeah, I got this. I get this itch in my. I don't know. There's so much going on, and we're having a little tiny break from events in the world. In terms of like hurricanes and the last thing was the earthquake in Puerto Rico, and Puerto Rico's really been getting hit hard, isn't it? With that Hurricane Maria, I think it was, wiped out much of the island, and volcanoes that were going off down in the White area in Australia or New Zealand. It was maybe I'm getting mixed up down with the locations of these, and then there was another volcano up in Kamchatka. All that happened in December. And then there was that erupted. These are eruptions. These aren't just steaming, because there's like 20 of them, or maybe a little less than that, all around the globe that are just like steaming. Yellowstone's one of those. And Yellowstone, the ground is actually growing. It's like there's going to be a new mountain born there. When it comes time, I think the next level is holding that back for a while still. But I don't. So I don't see it as a doomsday thing, and that's something I wanted to talk about a little bit. That is, why does somebody want to believe in Tiendo? It's not like somebody can want to, like Tiendo used to say that some of the people they met in 1975 would say, I want to believe. I want to believe in it. And there were, it's well, see, the next level doesn't need anybody to believe in them. They don't need humans for anything, and that's how you can tell the difference between them and the space aliens. Things will boil down to them wanting us to do something for them, or because of what they said. Like they were when they were dealing the most with channelers, quite a few years ago. Like the Pleiadian, Billy Myers, and in the 50s also with Adamski and they were all whoever was doing that, it might have been just one space alien race, but I think it was probably a number of them, and some of them didn't become public that much, but they were receiving, messages basically, that the environment is a problem. Like even David Icke, I think, or maybe it was Rael, said that, that happened, right? That the reason they came out of hiding, so to speak, was because of the nuclear explosions that were being going on. All the testing that was being done in the 40s and 50s. That's reminded me of that. And especially actually when they were exploded over Japan by the United States, and was part of that. I want to make that note of that because I want to try to put that in the description, but because it's see they were concerned about they're concerned about the human population because they need the DNA from the human population in order to grow physical bodies that they can take over. And taking it over a physical body isn't hard to do. I mean, it's hard for us to take over our physical body, our own physical body, but it's very easy for somebody else to take over someone else's physical body. I mean, relatively speaking, to some degree. Okay, what I mean by that is like you raise children in an environment, then those children are going to turn out the way you force them to grow. If they don't have any exposure to anything else, that's what I mean by it's easy to. So if they have vehicles that have their characteristics of they want vehicles that are peaceful and compassionate, all the positive things, because the individuals on the spacecrafts are not like they're not walking around or zapping people. They abduct people because I think they try to treat them pretty well because they don't really want the ramifications of not being treated well. I think they're pretty objective. I don't think they're that. I think they see humans as a lesser species than what they have become, and the reason they feel that is because in their ancestry of the mind being reprogrammed over and over again through the hybrids that were created in the human kingdom, that they got the DNA from the human kingdom. In those memory banks of those ancestors, they knew they were members of the next level. They knew they were from outer space because the next level gave them in a previous civilization and also on a previous planets. They developed enough to where the next level gave them elementary tasks and gave them spacecrafts to pilot, because the next level can grow spacecrafts that can pilot themselves. That can even be a task for a member of the next level to have a vehicle that's grown on a vine to maturity that can take other people places and do things, do all kinds of things. Take soil samples, whatever it is. That can all be done by, so that the individuals that are inside that spacecraft, their assignment is to be a watcher, an observer of humans. So if they gave instructions, let's say, go watch the people in the Middle East, then that would be their task. And so they would put their spacecraft in such a place that they had the best access to what they wanted to be observed. Okay, but wouldn't be observing what's. I don't believe it would be observing what's in someone's head unless something happened on the board, on the computer system, that alerted them to someone asking for help from the next level. And then what they would do, if that was the task they had, is that they would relay that to the older members, and they might have a few things that well, no, I think in that first stage they wouldn't even have anything they could do, because the next level would have a crew ready to handle that person, because they would be too young to actually do much, I don't think, and to make choices on how to help any one person, because the next level would take a lot of things into account when they help humans, which they do all the time. Well, I don't know if they take breaks, for hundreds of thousands of years from but they don't ever I believe that they don't ever lose touch with what's going on. And Tiendo indicated this, like they're around when people die. Now I don't know, if she was just talking about now. So I don't know if she was referring to in the old, in the distant past. So I was getting a little bit ahead of myself there, because I don't know. Well, yeah, I think I've been off track. I think Carlan was right. It's going down that road of my bringing in too much of my own mind by trying to, relay the what I believe is the reality. But see, I'm not just making things up. I'm not doing that, because we got all these examples that Tiendo gave us of how the next level works with the human kingdom. So I'm not doing anything wrong. I don't know. Maybe it's good for me to question it. And maybe in that one spot I got a little off track. But the overall thing that I'm talking about was given to us from Tiendo, and if you study their materials, you'll see a lot of it. But some of it they gave us like in the very beginning, before we were taping anything, for years before we were taping anything. So I can't prove any of that. And that's when they told us that when they were asked like what would be a task that we would do in the next level, they said, well, you could have an assignment to take water to a planet. And the lesson there to learn about it would be to just keep on doing the task until your older member told you to not do it anymore. Now, see, well, I remember at the time when I heard that, I thought, oh, okay, it didn't sound interesting to me. But I was, I was hooked, and so it didn't, cause me to have any doubts either. So I just went on with but now looking back on it, I realize that little example goes a long way to recognizing how they set up the whole structure of the house we were living in, the mansions we were living in, to be laboratories. The kitchen was the NutriLab, the fiber lab. And you may have heard of all this before many times. So, but I see some new names in the chat room, so maybe you haven't. But and the book not the book that they wrote, but the movie that they were generating which if I'm going to talk about the movie, I should put it on the screen. These were illustrations that were made by students. Well, one student actually drew all these and airbrushed them, and maybe used some other techniques of painting. I saw him airbrushing the big one in the top middle, which is the weather lab. Anyway, but oh no, I saw him when he was doing the Saturn rings, because before that he was working, I guess, in another room where I didn't go to. But in the place that we had in Amarillo, we had like a storefront actually for a little while, and he was doing a painting task while other things were happening in that center. It was called Astrologics. And if you want to know about that, there's a previous live stream that's in the description. I don't know if you can search for descriptions through my channel or not. But you can let me know if you want to hear more about that, and I'll give you a summary. But so this movie script, the point I was getting to, which I didn't lose, by the way, was that the next level of the script, which I did read, was all about, it was a simple script, about like 3 different or 5, I'm not sure how many people there were, but 3, 4, or 5 people in the human kingdom that the next level was working with. And the idea was that the Earth lab in the top left corner, that looks like a replica of the Earth, was inside of Pluto. Now, Tiendo said that this movie idea was fiction based on the truth. Fiction based on the truth. I think that's very important. One would expect if they were God, right, that they would say, this is the truth, right? And show you a planet somewhere where that's exactly happening. But saying it this way shows more next level mind, because when a next level older member is doing a undercover task of their soul body, which is a physical construct, comes to the planet through a spacecraft, but they probably glide off of it, kind of like the cocoon people, and then do that where the physical body was that they chose from birth to take over. And that's the awakening process. And so fiction based on the truth. I don't know, it just says a lot to me that that they didn't make it into an absolute. That's what I'm getting at. Is that Tiendo, whenever you ask them a question, they didn't like generalizations. So if you said like, well, what would you do in a circumstance to where somebody is whistling in the bathroom, in the bath chamber, and that might be a generalization that they might actually say, give an answer to. So that's not a good example. Or how do you act when someone says something to you that that you feel is negative? And maybe that would be an okay example. Tiendo might say in that circumstance, you'll see this in the audio tapes, might say in that circumstance that they might say, well, give us a specific. And then the person would say, well, a class member said this to me. They probably want to know what was said so that they could judge whether it was a negative or whether the person was just taking it as a negative. I mean, I can imagine that Tiendo might look at it that way. And now I know that I'm not really that good at second guessing Tiendo unless they actually spoke about something in particular. And they did speak about how they did demonstrate that they want, and they told us that we don't, we like to get to the specifics of a question rather than answer things in a general way. That you'll definitely hear something like that in the audio tapes. But when it came to things that were philosophical in nature, like being a planet, that they didn't have, that part of their mind wasn't with them. Because they only came with part of their mind. Well, T only came with part of her mind. Do may have come with, no, I think he left part of his mind back too. I think he updated that at one point, said something about that. Originally, he said that the vehicle that he had in the next level was put in a closet. Anyway, so I know I'm repeating myself from yesterday as well, but so I'm sorry that I lost track of where I was. I know I made a few points that I wanted to make sure that were made to try to describe why I was talking about fiction based on the truth. That since they didn't have that part of their mind with them, they knew that. And this goes to that saying that they always said, that we know what we know, and we know what we don't know, and we know where to go to learn what we don't know. And I know that they're talking about going to their older members, because Tiendo referred to also having older members. So I was just criticized for thinking that Tiendo were the end all be all, is the way the person used the words, and that maybe I should consider that they're not. And so they weren't criticizing me, directly, but they were. But I realized that I stand for what I believe I know. I'm saying I believe I know. Okay, I'm not. It's a belief that I know this. I understand that. I know. I know that. It's beyond a shadow of a doubt. It's. I know this is the truth. It's not like that. It's not like that. That's not the way it works. I mean, there's always a part of you that is open to new understandings about what you think you know. degrees of understanding of all these things. It's not just, I know the fact is that the next level exists, okay? Well, yeah, that's true. I do know that, okay? But to the degree that it exists, I don't know a lot about that because I don't know anything more than the human kingdom. Like Doe said, if you want to know where the chief came from, the chief of chiefs came from, then you'll have to become a member of the next level to know that, to know a little more about that, is the way he said it, to know more about that. I don't think he said little. And because the human brain isn't able to compute where the chief of chiefs came from. So that's just a good example of, okay, well, if I don't know where the chief of chiefs came from, then how can I know that anything is true? And that's an argument that somebody that considers themselves a staunch scientific-based atheist will say. And I have had conversations with people that were firm in what they knew. And yet they would say that they know that there can't be any more elements on the periodic table. And we know that that's wrong because humans with their particle colliders or maybe some other ways have made some new elements that have a different atomic structure. I just want to throw that in there. There was somebody that used to come to my blog fairly frequently, and he would say things like that nothing Tiendo said came true. And yet we now have evidence that galore, but to the mainstream public, evidence that space aliens exist. And they're among us. It's not a theoretical thing anymore, even though it's still portrayed that way in the media. Because, there's a certain amount of people that would still freak out from that idea. I mean, people don't know that they haven't woke up to seeing that as much as a reality, which is another form of degrees of reality. In other words, like for instance, I use myself as an example. Before I joined with Tiendo, I was living in Newport, Oregon. Actually, I was building a teepee-shaped house out of logs in Walport, Oregon, a little bit off the coast in Walport. And Walport's right on the coast. And I was at my friend's apartment, who had an apartment overlooking the ocean in Newport, Oregon, which was about 20 miles away from Walport. And so I spent a lot of time there with my partner, who I lived with for 5 years at that point, or 4.5 years at that point, and which is the wife of Mercody. Well, actually, not Mercody, but the wife of Mark, as the webmasters, Mark and Sarah are the webmasters of the Heaven's Gate website. But I have no affiliation with the website anymore. I mean, I never did. Anyway, but except for knowing that it was, Tiendo's instruction for them to keep it alive. Anyway, So I was in this apartment, and and the radio was on. And so what came over the radio was that there was a crashed flying saucer, and there were bodies, 4 bodies found. And I thought it was like a news report. Now, I might have been a little stoned because Ron always had plenty of weed. He probably dealt it. I think he did. And so, he would always, we'd always smoke when I went over there. So I was probably stoned. But when I heard that, I thought, wow, it sounded like a news report. And I jumped up out of my seat, and I went over to the kitchen where Ron and Judy were, and Sarah was, and I said, "Did you hear that?" And they were like fixing a meal of some sort. So they kind of ignored me, like I don't know, they didn't pay any attention to what I said, which I don't know if that was usual or not. I know that's the case for people now sometimes, but and so I sat back down again, and then I continued to hear it, and I realized that they were telling a story about something that I think I recognized it happened a long time ago, and I don't remember. And so when I first heard that, I believed that it was possible. That's the moral to the story there, one part of it. Okay, so then the same thing happened with the spirit world. I have been experimenting with dancing with the Sufis and meditating on Sri Chinmoy's face, which didn't make any sense to me. I couldn't get into that at all. I just did it one time. And the dancing with the Sufis, maybe I did a couple times. That was fun. It was okay. I didn't get anything from it really in particular, but because I wasn't there to meet somebody, I was with my partner. Anyway, and we weren't playing music. I would have loved it more if we were playing music. I played drums at the time. Anyway, but and we would go to meditations, and I would fall asleep. So I stopped going to the meditations, but I would go with my partner, and she would go up to the meditation in this one place that was downstairs from where Ron and Judy's place was. And there were astrologers down there, and so they would hold meditations. And one time, Sarah came out of the meditation and said she saw like a ball of light in the middle of the room, and she acted like more than one person saw it. And I don't doubt it. I don't doubt that's possible. It could have been something the next level was doing, or the Luciferians were doing to try to distract the souls that were given implants, given deposits was the first word that they used to describe them. Deposits of a chip, they also called it, a recognition that comes with this plasma-like soul that's designed to be for a returning soul to take over that vehicle, growing in it or around it actually, because it's a little bigger than the vehicle. According to Doe, in one of the Inverness tapes or the Portland tapes. Anyway, and she had other experiences where she saw things, and And even one experience where we smoked marijuana together years before that, and she thought she was seeing Noah's Ark, and she was like freaking out by it. Like, oh, I see Noah's Ark. Wow, look at the animals. And I'm thinking, holy smokes, I've been smoking, blunts, 3 or 4 a day, and the same weed, and I don't get anything hallucinations like that. And and that turned into when her sister, who was a few years younger than her, came. Well, I remember we were on her couch, and in her father's house, and her dad's house. But when this was happening, and it was like a one-person bed, really. So we were like hugging, kind of like just laying next to each other on this couch, watching TV or something, and or listening to music or just laying there. And anyway, but when she started to have that experience, and then I started to feel fear. This fear came over me, and I recognized that I was feeling afraid of something that was outside the room, and so the door represented, like, holy smokes, wow. And I didn't want to get up. I was like, like almost a little shaky by it, by the feeling, and so I finally then, after maybe 10 minutes of that, if that much, I said to myself, God, this is ridiculous. You just got to get up, and so I sat up, and then I was just like looking at the door and still feeling the fear, and I said to myself, well, you just got to open that door. And just when I said that, or maybe a few seconds after I said that, the door opened up, and her sister came through it very quickly, like almost like running, and bawling her eyes out, crying because some guy tried to pull her into the car while she was out on the street. And it's like, when that happens, like, holy shit. I quit smoking marijuana. I didn't smoke it for maybe a year after that. When we moved up to Canada, I wasn't smoking it. The whole time I was in Canada, I wasn't smoking it. Lived there through the winter. But so, and then we had a trailer that was in the woods in between Newport and Walport that we were renting for $30 a month, and had no facilities. So we used to have to haul our water from wherever we could get it from, a creek or something. And it had a wood stove in it. And it had a stove in it too, a propane stove, I think, in it. So we did sponge baths, I think, but anyway, one time we came home, because we had an old truck that we bought in Canada before I was deported, and so we came home, and Sarah, as we were going into the house, we stopped at the front door, and Sarah was looking at, and this was during light. It was light. It wasn't dark, and I guess that's that sort of, if it's light, then it's not dark, right? But anyway, she said she saw two people on it was like a little ridge, because it was an opening, and it was a mountainous area. I mean, little mountains, the foothills of, I don't know what they are, the foothills of the Cascades, I guess. But and I looked at it. I tried to look, and I looked, and my vision, granted, wasn't good for distances. I did have to wear. Well, it wasn't on my license. It was like 2040 or 2030 or something like that was my vision. But I think the distance would, if there were people there, I think I would have seen them. And it didn't even make sense that there were people there. I forgot why, though. But anyway, I didn't disbelieve her. That's the point. To any of this, I didn't it's like, so I was shown, I believe, the existence of things that we can't see. That, apparently thoughts exist. Tiendo taught that. And they even talked about how they would play a game. And I never played the game. Maybe one time I tried it, but they seemed to put an effort into it, and at one time. And to where they would go to a supermarket and they would put their focus on a certain item on the shelf. And then they would leave that aisle and kind of peek around the corner of the aisle and see for the next person that came by, and see if they were drawn to that item. And they said that it happened. And I don't doubt that, because I don't know why they would make it up. They had no interest in making anything up. I didn't have any interest in making anything up in the classroom to make, to prove what Tiendo were teaching. I mean, like I said, I wanted to make sure it was known that, like I started off this little live stream, I didn't join because of a judgment or a measurement or I just felt a knowing that I wanted to do this. I just knew that I was compelled to do this. And that's because Tiendo brought their mind, and the returning souls that were with my vehicle, and all together we formed an environment of knowing that this was the right step to take. It was like the fish being caught by the hook, and the bait was the truth. What would lead to eternal life, really, as a member of the next level, not as a spiritual being, because next level members aren't spiritual beings. They're physical beings, and spirit is frequency based. Mind and spirit are synonymous in Tiendo's, even though it's got force. And I don't know if it's composed of particles. Maybe it is. I don't know exactly how that works. Tiendo did I ever heard talk about it to that degree. But so then when Tiendo started to talk about that the discarnates, and which they at first called influences, they said influences were discarnates, but they preferred to use the word influences, and you can see why, because it was speaking more plainly about reality of the unseen world. because that's what's the most important part of the idea of a disembodied human, is in how they can influence us to do things and say things. That's what we were trying to get rid of. All the influences that attach themselves to human vehicles and use human vehicles to the degree that the owner of the vehicle chooses to allow them to use the vehicle. So if you want to become a concert pianist, then go through the lessons in school or whatever, put the time into it, and you will draw spirits of dead humans that were concert pianists or professional musicians in some other way. I don't know if it has to be an exact match for the type of instrument, because if you put your time into an instrument and you have passion in that time, so that you're actually trying to work on it, then you accomplish things. As long as your vehicle doesn't have some impediment, and even if it does have an impediment, you can work around a lot of impediments. And there's people that have no hands that can or arms that play pianos or guitars with their feet and do a good job at it. Anyway, a little off the track there, but it's so the influences are, so who we are is the chooser. So if we see an influence that wants us to take a drink when we were an alcoholic and we were on the wagon, so we weren't drinking, but you have that, it's an influence. And Tito said that it doesn't have to be 100% accurate. It works to be able to gain control over the vehicle. So the idea is then, when we have that thought, to label it, okay, influence of drinking alcohol, get out of here, send it packing. And the more we do that, the more ahead of it we get, to where we develop the sense of that idea. We don't even hear we can cut it off before the words even complete in our head. I did experience being able to do that. And then you get to the point, which I also experienced, of feeling like you're putting out like a blank card while you were doing things. That when you were doing a task, you didn't want to have other thoughts going through your head about, oh yeah, I'm looking forward to taking my shower tomorrow. I don't know if anybody was going through that, but I imagine somebody could have been, that could have been a great pleasure for somebody. But or let's say looking forward to going to retreat to be with T and Do for a few days in their quarters. That wasn't appropriate to be thinking about that while you were doing a task in the Nutrilab in the kitchen, because you had to have your mind totally on what you were doing. That was the lesson that we were trying to learn. We were trying to train our minds to focus on the experiment, because that focus will then be saved. That becomes a characteristic of the person. To not let themselves be distracted by things in the world or whatever it is that we decide is the mark that we're shooting for to stay away from. So we have to make a concerted effort to not go to those same places or do those same things that we did before that stimulated the influences on us to do those things. And that's the process. That's the overcoming process. And that's why it can be done right now. Everybody can do it in their own homes, wherever they are. And humans do this all the time. Well, we humans all do this all the time in ways, but sometimes it has to do with, like if you're trying to kick smoking or any habit or the habit of saying, getting angry in the car, and cursing somebody out because they didn't put their blinker on or, something like that. It could be anything that is getting control of the vehicle so that the vehicle doesn't do things automatically. You can even think about that the vehicle is taking steps. The mind can do all these things at the same time. As an exercise, we did that, in terms of, before we'd get up, we would think, okay, vehicle, you're going to get up and go, I don't know what other people did. We didn't talk out loud about this, so I shouldn't say we in regards to who did it, but I did that to some degree, a little degree, not a lot, but I had to do it more in the areas where I had weakness in that regard. Like I would stomp around, so that I was heavy-footed, and so I had to really focus to not walk around like that. And to not be like a bull in a china shop walking around, and not make noise was part of that. So when I would go up and down the steps in the craft we were living in, we called it a craft, even though there was no paraphernalia to make it look like it was a spacecraft. It looked like an ordinary house. It was made to look good so that a realtor came in, they wouldn't think anything unusual was happening there. Anyway, so so I would just not try and make any noise when I would go up and down the steps. What else was I talking about right there? Closing cabinet doors, closing doors, try and turn the knob first before you let it click, so that, and we were disciplining it. So this was that classroom was an accelerated lesson plan. Now, the reason why that lesson plan can't happen now is because, if we're not looking to our older members for the specific instructions, they're not with us, then we don't know what the instructions will be. And I know in some ways that looks like, like pertaining to food would be an example of that, right? We didn't have, for the first 10 years or so, we just had a diet that was like the Pritikin diet. And it was kind of known that was T's focus. And so it was, meat was in the diet, but only small portions and only several times a week. So you might have like link sausage with eggs, with scrambled eggs, and I know there was criticism of, or he might have pancakes with link sausage, two of them, and things like that. So you might have something different in the next classroom, and I'm not doing a good job in trying to, but it's the process of so doing that now. Well, if they meant for it to be done now, they wouldn't have put a document in the Heaven's Gate book saying that that classroom is not offered. And people should go read those guidelines, on all the guidelines of the classroom. I always say, pay attention to the major and lesser offenses, all the disciplines that people were trying to instill upon their vehicles and minds. But that document, is very telling. And if somebody wants access to it, I'll get a link to it. Let's see where I can put a link to that document. But I got to do this instead of putting it off. I'm so tired after I do this. I don't want to start researching, where it is. And I mean, not that that's going to be a big deal, but when you're really tired, it's hard to keep your eyes open sometimes. So and then I procrastinated then. Link to doc and description of classroom. It should be on the Heaven's Gate website. So I don't know. I don't remember what the name of the document was. You know what? Since I'm talking about it, I just gotta get it out. Oh, I had even a thing in it. It's section 5, page 8. It says, I'm going to read a little bit of this. Well, see, I really would like to put it on the screen. So let me go look for it quickly. Make up your mind, Sawyer. Do it or don't do it. I want to get back to the chat room. So since everybody can read this if they want to, I'm just going to read the beginning of it. It says, guidelines sent to those who were seriously considering joining the class. So this is talking about, and this is October 23rd, 1993. And then it also says, those who had responded to articles, ads, and correspondence. So that was before the 1994 public meetings. Then it says note, and they put it in a big box. I don't know if that's legible. I'm not going to work on that any further. But says, note, this particular type of classroom experience is no longer offered. And I'll give you an idea then what it's talking about. Possessions. Talking about understanding. Part of the process of separating from and overcoming the world, the human kingdom requires trust. Trust that if you truly relinquish yourself, including your care and keeping, to those in the next level, all of your needs will be taken care of. For the serious student, hanging on to possessions or situations that offer worldly security prevents and interferes with letting go of that which binds you to the human kingdom. You unknowingly impose upon yourself limitations that will restrict your potential for change. In other words, after clearly deciding this is all you want and ace in the hole could be serious obstacle to accelerated change. I remember when in 75 they were talking about that you shouldn't have any aces in the hole, and they were talking to people that did have, bank accounts that they didn't get rid of. I didn't have any of that, but I didn't have a bank account. Anyway, I had $50 to my name when that happened. So anyway, but some people had houses and they assigned them over to other people, but they got them back again when they didn't stay with the classroom very long. I learned because I went back and met with the individual. He was my friend where I was building the house on his property. Robert. I think he would love people to come and talk to him about it. Robert Rubin was his last name. I'd be wrong about that, but I don't feel bad about giving his last name. Anyway, but let's see. Okay, then all the categories were relationships. So, I mean, possessions, nobody's going to leave everything behind right now because there's no, they can do it, but you still need to have money. You still need to, we didn't have money in the classroom, okay? You still need to have some kind of transportation and a job. So you can't do that to that degree. Don't worry though, you get plenty of lessons right now. Bring things that into addictions and relationships, trial period. Before you can be a full-fledged class member, you must first arrive at a place in your understanding, attitude, and control that demonstrates to your classmates and teachers that you are on solid ground, you are stable. It is the classroom that makes the determination, which will be based in part on the following. You have already severed your ties to human relationships and possessions, as described under relationships and possessions. You recognize that you are part of this family and want only to adopt the ways of the next level, as demonstrated in this classroom. Nothing threatens your total commitment. You see the value in asking for, accepting, and applying the help per next level ways and procedures offered by your classmates and teachers. This was an intense training program. And we weren't brainwashed into it. No, nobody, there was no carrot put before my eyes. I didn't even care about being picked up by a UFO. That's why I started to tell this story. Because when I saw that poster and said UFO and talked about two individuals from this next evolutionary level, I remember thinking, I wonder what these people are going to look like if they're from outer space. That was my naivety, if you want to call it that. But no, actually, it wasn't naivety. It was actually consciousness, because that was given to this vehicle to think of that as common sense. The next level gives us, that's why the Christians have that right, that it's a gift. The recognition is a gift. They don't have to give a vehicle that recognition. Even though there's a tiny degree, or well, I shouldn't say tiny, there's a degree of recognition in the genetic code. Carlan reminded me of that. I didn't remember it from the classroom, but I was thinking that it was true, and then he said that yes, that's what was taught. So I mean, so in other words, being in the classroom meant that you wanted to be under a microscope on everything you said and did and every facial expression. Now, I didn't walk around thinking about my facial expressions until I found out Doe came to me in the craft and he said that my partner thought that I was angry with her sometimes. And so I need to pay attention to my facial expressions, do a better job so that I'm not. You should maintain a pleasant facial expression. Not walk around with a big smile. But if you see somebody, a greeting could be a smile, or a little smile. Doesn't have to be like a, They actually said that it wouldn't be like a big full teeth smile. So they're trying to give us guidelines on not overdoing it. And so, but who knows if the next classroom they might say, a big smile is because people were used to walking around with a smile all the time in that society. I'm just making that up, but you can see that it's following the instruction now how it pertains in the context of the society from which all the vehicles came from that needs to be different in order for it to be something that we're instilling upon our vehicles that the vehicles might not want to do. But they wouldn't be doing that for that reason. It can be for that reason, but it doesn't mean that T and Doe had the intention of telling us something to do so that we could be tested by it. The way it seemed to work, I'm not saying that never happened. I mean, it did say sometimes that this is going to be a test. And in fact, in the Blackhawk tapes, T says that. And she said, this might hurt you, actually, she said to us. That's the only time I ever heard her say that. And I think I started, the last time I listened to the Blackhawk tape, which was probably about the fifth time, or maybe more than that, I think I started to understand what she meant by this might hurt you. On the subject of addictions, they said there are many commonly recognized addictions, such as alcoholism, sensuality, tobacco use, drug addiction, love addiction. Members of the class, no matter what they may have participated in prior to joining the classroom, no longer smoke, drink, take drugs, or participate in sexuality to any degree. And this is expected of you also. We also consider many types of behavior and characteristics undesirable. because the vehicle body uses them to satisfy a human desire and because they are not characteristics of the next level. More specifically, your vehicle has in its genes the programming of likes and dislikes, such as brands of toothpaste or types of foods, habits, opinions, judgments, and ways of expressing yourself from the many generations of your vehicle's family strain, most of which are foreign to the next level. Plus, your soul is picking up where it left off on what it has not yet overcome from previous incarnations. In the next level's eyes, these things are not very different from an alcohol or drug addiction. Examples are many of the little habits we unconsciously get into, and certain patterns of thinking, behavior, and responses, such as being critical of others, or getting down on yourself, having negative responses to situations, needing to talk constantly, having things your way or on a particular timetable, or needing human affection or attention. Wow. So, just knowing these things is preparing for a time when you could be in a classroom with older members and be ready to graduate into adult next level membership, to get a job, to be on a spacecraft with other members without all this human condition. We get used to negativity. We can get used to even suffering physically. To where if somebody came and said, if you tried this, you could heal yourself. You could be healed of that infirmary. And you might think, well, I don't want to take a chance on it getting worse. That's one response that some people have. And another response is, well, I'm actually doing okay with what I've got. And that's the same kind of response, but they're content with their life. And maybe they've got someone to take care of them if that's what they need, or another response might be that that if I got healed of this, and this might be like a subconscious kind of thing, then I'd have to, then I might, have to, I wouldn't be able to maybe collect help from the government or from, you also, I guess, maybe you could get, like, you could be afraid of the loss of the affection of somebody else, I imagine. And needing human affection or attention, that can become also an addiction. I understand that. I feel I can relate to that. I can relate to all these things actually, to some degree. Well, I never had an addiction to alcohol uh, or hardcore drugs. Marijuana I've used for years. Usually when I play music. So I guess there's a degree. I have done it without, and it's fine. But there's a part of me that wants to be less self-conscious. And a little bolder sometimes. I mean, you got to be pretty bold in your head, to blast a saxophone in the middle of a room, with a whole bunch of people there. You got it, I mean, because if you just happen to, start, squeak for some reason, it's it could be considered to be embarrassing, right? I mean, I do that. When I'm playing, sometimes I'll squeak. It hasn't happened in a while, but you've got to go through it. Sometimes I make it into whatever I'm doing, as if I was trying to do that. Because as long as you bounce off of the bad notes fast enough or repeat it, then you can kind of cover it up. Then again, you may not be covering it up, and you think you're covering it up. Because everybody's not paying that much attention to you anyway, so. All right. Again, I'm glad I started to read some of that. I'll go back to the chat room. Right, so Kathy Southwestern says that says, Sawyer, thank you so much for speaking on alcohol, as I have been struggling with that. It is very helpful to understand and process my triggers, influences by thinking on T&O's mind. Yes, right. Right, you can feel their mind as you try to get rid of those triggers, and even be asking for how to avoid them in the future, and recognize it sooner each time. And then then maintaining that, and to where you can walk, you can see something then on the internet, that might be a trigger, but if you can block it fast, it doesn't have to be. I do that with the subject of sexuality, when seeing things on the screen, you can be attracted to almost anything. When it comes to someone, a physical body that sets off the triggers. But we all have our likes and dislikes, in that department as well, I think, even though there's a lot of common ones. But, so those are opportunities to not be distracted, by clicking on that pretty face or something, and or that body. if that's something that somebody wants to try to overcome, which is would be really good to do to prepare to be of service in the next level, because it's through the effort of all that. It doesn't matter that much. Like let's say you got you want to eat ice cream every night, and you can get into that kind of a habit, and it's not that the ice cream's not that important, and the weight isn't that important. When you're in the classroom, it's important to follow the procedure. So when ice cream's on the menu, enjoy it. But when it's not on the menu, then don't think about having it. And you'd have to block those thoughts out if you were having, wow, I hope they're going to serve ice cream tonight, And you might have, one time I thought that T&O might have brought us something, and but I did. That wasn't a big problem for me, but to some people it can be a big problem. It can be as big as any sexuality problem, and any other problem. Having likes and dislikes of foods, and so in the next classroom, they're not going to have necessarily the same foods, or in the next incarnation, they might not have that problem because of the work that you did in this incarnation to overcome those things. I'm not talking about ice cream in particular, but because there's no instruction that says, thou shalt not have any ice cream. So have at it. But, do it in moderation. That's where the Buddhist teachings come in, and T&O said that because of the evidence of renunciation of the worldliness and the curbing of sensuality, and and getting into a place to where there was one focus, and that focus was not anything in the world. It was the moment, because next level members are very in the moment. I'm not saying that they don't. They have memories. So it's not like now T&O didn't say that I ever heard, but I know you need memories to learn tasks, but I don't know if it's the same kind of memory. I don't think the memory is stored in the vehicle. That's my guess on that. The vehicle is that the next level grows for their new members. Because T&O did teach that the next level vehicles don't operate if there's no mind to operate it. There's no soul to take, to become the pilot of it. They do make vehicles. Well, they do make tools, robots, to go places where more biologically driven vehicles or would die from, or because the vehicles can die. It depends on if they go to an environment that's a decaying environment or not, and whether the vehicle is designed to withstand it. And and they have all different ways of doing things. I'm sure. All different kinds of vehicles, all different colors. T&O said, well, Do said. I don't remember T saying that. The only reason I'm saying that is because just to be accurate. When everything Do said in my mind is something that he got from T. I believe that. But see, it doesn't mean that in T's mind there was like an instruction. Okay, tell the students that there are all different colors of vehicles. It doesn't happen. Well, it can happen that way, to where Doe has the thought when he's describing a next level vehicle that it could be any of the colors. So you could see, because he's maintaining that pipeline, but that information might have been in his own mind, the mind that he got from T on a previous relationship, a previous situation or experience, even when he was growing and she was his older member, parenting him into the next level family. That's when he could have got all that. And so the next level doesn't need to re-give that to him, that information. But he never assumes that he's got it right. So when he's delivering any information, he's in his mind checking that it's what his older member would say, that it is coming through the pipe clearly. And they talked about it as like coming through a pipe, P-I-P-E, pipeline. And they also talked about it as like that they wanted to keep their mind out of it, so that so they weren't like coloring it with an opinion. Now I do that. I know, well, I do that. I don't do that all the time. But opinion's not the point. I don't think that's not the best word for that. In my opinion, that's not the best word. Opinion, because it's more like they gave us the intention about something, and so sometimes I try to reach for an example that's an equivalent, just to say things in different ways. And sometimes I can get off the track by doing that, and recognize, and sometimes even erase it, on the spot. Just say, that's not a good example. And then sometimes I get another example that might work, but that might even be questionable. Sometimes because it's not like we have I'm talking about we being anybody that wants to engage this, and may have been engaging this for a long time in the human kingdom, having your own lessons to prepare you for focusing more on everything on what T and O are teaching. But that it's always like a work. It's always a job to try to stay on the thread, if you want to put it that way. And you don't know for sure that you're on the thread unless you are seeing the highway signs being T and O's information, that you actually remember them saying, and the better is, to learn everything they said is the best thing, so that you can actually quote them verbatim. It's important to do that. And I know I don't demonstrate that as much as I would like to, because I was never really that good at like that kind of a quote. Because I remember when we were, we were having to, for quite a while, the instruction was that when Doe would call on the intercom, or if he was living in the same craft with us or nearby, like in a trailer where we had an intercom going out to the rest of the camp, which we did that on several occasions. When he would call up Central and then ask to speak to somebody in particular, and the person on duty at Central would go find that person and bring them to the phone, and this could be a phone also, and Doe would say, okay, I want you to take the gray van to the shop and get a brake job. Okay, this is very simplistic. Okay, and so the procedure was to repeat it back to Doe, so that he knew that we got the instruction correctly. And he might say a number of things that about that were more descriptive of ways of thinking or ways of observation, or I don't have a good example in my head. So that it was very hard for me to repeat it back verbatim. And so, but when I would repeat it back in my own words, he didn't make me keep on saying it back verbatim. And I don't think I did a bad job of getting the intention, unless it was something that was supposed to be very specific, like don't spend any more than $50. Okay, you would repeat that back. I wouldn't try to say don't spend any more than approximately. If I added that word in there, I think he would have said, well, he might not have said anything. I don't know what he would have said, but because he would be listening to the person and then thinking whether he felt to say anything back to the student. The same way, he would be trying to tune into his older member's mind, which becomes an automatic. Well, it's not an automatic thing. It's a conscious thing. But it can happen all the time to where you feel like you're connected and you're walking around and you're aware of the next levels, that you've got a phone call going out to the next level saying, well, no, not specifically. That's not the best example for that. Because the example that they used was that sometimes you would pick up the phone to ask your older member a question and they weren't there. Or you would ask a question and you get something else back that you thought was a response that you didn't think was related to the question. But was steering you in a different direction, and you might feel to take that different direction. But you wouldn't know that that's what you were being given by the next level. But if you're asking, then those kind of thoughts are suspect as being from the next level. I'm being very general, I know. But see, we can't count on that. That we get into it. It becomes a detriment to us to count on ourselves being connected to the next level at any given time. See, I'm tying myself in a knot here, I think. This is probably worthless conversation. I don't know. Well, it's not conversation because nobody's saying anything back. So I better go to the chat room. I've been rambling for too long, as Carlan says. And he's not absolutely inaccurate about that. Jay Pollock said, well, no, Benjamin says, have T and Doe ever made contact? Well, I'm sorry I didn't ask this before. I don't know if you're still hanging in here. But no, that's not going to happen. That's very clear. That they're not going to, I mean, contact in a way that I know for sure it's them? No. Well, Futindo taught that the next level uses dreams, but also the space aliens can use dreams. Okay? And discoordinates can be in our dreams, I think, as well. And I've had a lot of dreams. And I think I wouldn't have reawakened to the little degree that I have had I not had those dreams. But I don't know that's a fact, you know. The next level probably has more than one ways of helping somebody wake up from falling asleep, of course. But so in those dreams, I felt like Doe was sitting next to me, just as if he was really sitting next to me, and I have experienced that, sitting with him by ourselves. And so I know what that feels like and looks like, and that's what it felt like. And he had something to say in some of those times. Other times I didn't see him sitting. I felt like I got an answer to a question. And sometimes an answer to a question will come through what I think is an answer to a question will come through other people or other things in the world or in the media, you know, that I see. And when it does, there seems to be like a signature with it, a little sense of, I wonder if that was an answer to my question. It doesn't usually happen. It doesn't happen right away, but sometimes I have had thoughts that happened right away. One occasion, actually, is all I can think of. Well, there's actually been more than that, I think, but to where I asked a question and I felt like I got a response. When I was right in the middle of that, receiving smelling salts through dreams, and I had been through a bunch of things of seeing things and having a sign in the sky when I asked for a sign and a streak of light, and then I finally said to Tiando, I would like to be of service again, but can I please not have to leave my daughter behind? And she was like 3 years old or 4 years old. So and I felt like I got a response back right away that said, that won't be necessary right now. And now you could say that, you know, I wanted that to be the answer, and I did, but I didn't know ahead of time that that was the answer I wanted. I mean, yes, I wanted that answer, so I did know that ahead of time. Okay, so you could say that that was my subconscious mind answering my question. But I mean, had I it just felt like that's what I was being given, and I don't really doubt it, but I can understand that it's not proof to anybody else, of course. But that's the kind of communication that we can all have now, uh, potentially by dreams, but I don't think we're going to get a lot of dreams, um, because unless people aren't, because I think people can still graduate into next level membership. It might be student membership. That's what I call it. Like I've talked about before many times, that Doe said that some of those 38 would have to come back for another human incarnation to finish their overcoming. So that's what I'm talking about. Graduate to that degree, because you can't graduate into the next level without the present older member with you every step of the way. And he's not here now, and he's not coming back during this civilization. But that doesn't mean that the individuals among those 38 that would need to come back don't have a job on a spacecraft with a next level produced body, grown body, and doing tasks of observing and reporting what they observe, and then maybe even have some instructions on how to handle certain circumstances. In their spacecrafts, on their computer systems, seeing the people that are asking for help and asking questions of T and Do would be part of that. Now, so if you don't get any answer back, that's not a yes or a no. I mean, it depends on what we ask whether we get an answer back. And I knew somebody that felt like he asked for help with a job, and he got a job. Now, I wouldn't be surprised at all if that individual got the job because he asked for it, and Next Level wanted to help him find a job. Because that would be like proof to him. Because when you get an answer from that, it doesn't just come like, there's a feeling that comes with it. I mean, now I'm not saying that everybody's going to feel that. Everybody might be different in that regard, and that doesn't make one person ahead of another. They might be ahead in that department, but they might be way behind somebody else in other departments. So there's no measurements on this. But I get a signal, I get a sense, and the way it actually happens for me the most, aside from doing these live streams, in the world, is I had the thought in my head, I wonder if that's true, or I wonder if that was a sign, or like the way I showed that scorpion on the screen. I'm calling it a scorpion, which that object actually was Scott Waring found that on the NASA website, and since I'm talking about it, I might throw it up there again. It was from 2001. I'll wait to see how long it takes to come across. Across the satellites, across the heavens. I see someone's asking, do you miss Tiendo? I've never been asked that question. I don't miss them. I don't not want to see them, but now who's talking when I say that? See, if I had more of their mind in me, I would miss them. But then if I had that mind in me, maybe I wouldn't have dropped out. Now I'm talking about the vehicle and the mind of this vehicle and the next level mind that the vehicle took in. That's what the I is. It's always a combination of three sources: genetic, environmental, and next level. So anyway, that picture came across. So now let me change it. Well, I don't have to change it right now, but you can see that it looks, well, there's another one. I think these two are the same one. But this is the picture. This is the picture that he saw on the NASA site. Where is it? Why is this? I can't get this to move. All right, at least that shows it all there. Sorry, I'm playing with this, but it's better on ET Database's website. Our website, YouTube channel, and this was like 2001. That's taken from the shuttle that was actually docked with the International Space Station, according to Scott Waring at the time. Anyway, okay, I want to get back to the chat room. Yeah, Jay Pollock, the world needs a break. I don't think the break's going to be very long anymore. It's going to probably rise to a new norm of events in the world. But there might be a break for a little while, especially now during the lead up to the anniversary. I watched it from 2013 is when I first saw it with that Cheblinks meteor that starting in December and January, even January, and even the Chablink's media actually was in mid-February, and that was when Tiendo left Bernie, having experienced their first awakening time in 1973. So it was 40 years later. So it was like, that was to me like a definition of the hour. So 2013 then would have begun the next hour, but they might overlap also. So you can't count on that for a time frame on when everything will be over. If it goes for the full hour, you don't even know if it's everything's going to go the full hour. But for a lot of people in the world, things are they have got a lot of problems. We've been very protected in the United States. And that was because the next level wanted to not have people be so preoccupied with just eating and sleeping and being sheltered from the weather and dealing with problems in their businesses and whatever it is. I mean, I'm not saying that people don't have those experiences. Yeah, everybody kind of has some degree of those experiences, but since we don't have any war right on the soil here, we're really protected compared to a lot of places. And Europe is also protected in that way, I believe, for the same reasons that the next level wants people to still have the opportunity to seek out the truth and not be so preoccupied with their problems. I mean, the preoccupation with problems is, we're all going to have that anyway, but it could be worse. And like T said, when we do have problems, she said, this too shall pass. But we have to have these difficulties and see them, like for instance with the government, all the effort that's put out to reelect somebody, and no matter who gets into power, yeah, they'll do certain things a little differently, and they'll throw some carrots to different industries or whatever, and but then everything's going to be the same, because they're going to be so preoccupied with dealing with the hatred from the opposite side, and the people that are frustrated and are playing out their negativity because they can't hold it back anymore. They don't want to hold it back anymore. They want to express it. So if they've got anger issues and they're combined with meds or whatever, you get shootings and domestic disputes. That's all continuing to increase in spurts. Thank goodness it's in spurts, right? But you don't know that if it's all being reported anymore either. Or if it's reported, it's just so fast that it doesn't actually make it into the mainstream news cycle. Because it's, like the mass shootings are still being reported, it seems like. But, because there's an interest in reporting these things, for the people that want to impose more gun control, and the people that, there would be in their interest to keep that reporting going. So that's how some things aren't censored. But and then the next level can be actually keeping something in the news as well. Because Tiendo did teach that the next level uses movies in that way, but they can use anybody in that way as well. But they do it in a different way. They give people options on things to do. Like, even to the reporters. But then the reporters have to go through their editors. And a lot of the editors are thinking about, whoever their handlers are. There's quite a bit of evidence that there's a number of CIA people employed in some of the major newsrooms where they're interfacing with the public. The X. That's a sure sign of state control. Why are they talking about so many UFOs now? Is being talked about for the last year or two, since 2017 actually, with those Navy sightings from the Nimitz and the ones on the East Coast and the West Coast. That they're calling a Tic Tac video, and one of them, they're different names for them. That's even Jimmy Dore is talking about. Well, Jimmy Dore talks about things that are. I like a lot of his broadcasts. He was wrong about Bernie Sanders, though, maybe, unless that was all a made-up fiasco by Elizabeth Warren. But I don't know. When he said that Elizabeth Warren was lying to throw Bernie under the bus again by the DNC. I mean, she's a centrist, in her policies, and so there's no question that the DNC are in her court. And so when Bernie, I guess, talked about that gender was an issue, which was reported on today, actually, from a conversation he had in New Hampshire, where he said that gender is a factor in the presidential election. And he says, just like, I heard him say, just like my age is a factor in this election. So now, I don't know if that was his way of appearing to say what Warren said about that he didn't think a woman could become president. And isn't it interesting that Trump is supporting Bernie Sanders in this? And we know that the DNC is against Bernie Sanders. They've been all along against him. So in 2016, Hillary and Debbie Wasserman Schultz, they weren't counting the provisional ballots, and independents couldn't go to the primaries and vote in some places. And, it's so corrupt. It's beyond belief how anybody could put any trust in anything they say and do as being accurate. Being the full truth. Sure, they went to the Capitol and they went to New Hampshire and they talked. That's true. Those things, there's no reason to lie about those things. And who said this and who said that? I'm not saying that people don't say those things. That reporting is true, but how much they spin things and the wag the dog thing, by taking the focus off of it, one thing by putting the focus on something else in the media, that kind of thing, that's happening all the time. And they're having their meetings, and And they're going to have their arguments. It seemed like Warren and Bernie Sanders had an argument there on the stage of that debate. Because, none of them are perfect. Even if Bernie believes that women that a woman couldn't beat Trump, I'm not. I don't think that's actually true. But at the same time, he's coming from the place of recognizing that this is still a male-dominated world. If you look at all the chief executive officers and the bank moguls and even Congress and the Senate, it's mostly male. It's mostly old white men. But still a large percentage, I think. Now maybe the House of Representatives is a lot less now if you're more balanced, but see, they don't have power necessarily, even if they're there, because it's in the committee assignments. And then depending on what Nancy Pelosi says, whether something actually goes to the floor and they to vote on, or something is just packaged in a package deal, like they did with the recent National Defense Authorization Act, and they put the Space Force funding in there, and they made a contingent. It was all like a package deal with funding the government. So they would have had to stop the funding of the government to threaten to do that, which they have done in the past. The Republicans did it with Obama a lot of times. So why can't Nancy Pelosi do that so that food stamps weren't reduced? Maybe that was a different act, or I forgot. There was another one that had to do with NAFTA being passed. And with the defense authorization bill, I think what Nancy Pelosi got for it was some benefit of housing for veterans or people in the military. They were going to get some benefit. And I think, holy smokes. So the $130 billion that was put to the Space Force, no problem with that. And whatever other billions were added to the rest of the war machine, no problem with that. No problem with the existing budget, which is usually inflated on the side of the military industrial complex. No problem with that. No problem with bailing out the banks through the Dodd-Frank provision that happened a couple months ago to the tune of 100 and something billion. No problem with that. See, those things are going to continue. Bernie wants to, take away the profits from the pharmaceutical industry. Holy smokes. Do you know what kind of fine he would get? They would kill him before they would do that. They would set that, before they would, unless they can make another profit from it. If they can do that, they'd rather do that than resort to assassination. The Wall Street bankers, you think they're going to give their millions away? Bonuses and things in order to pay for health care? Not a chance. Not a chance. Unless they can make it into more profits. Hide it in some way. So Bernie Sanders could become president and could appear to be doing things. And yet at the same time, it's Bernie Sanders, is totally off his rocker in terms of thinking that global warming, climate change is the national emergency. But at the same time, it is. But humans aren't going to change anything about it. They're not going to change the climate. But he's giving that hope to people. But if the result of it, if people get off of oil, they might be better equipped to deal with when there are probably going to be oil shortages. And when maybe even the infrastructure comes down totally so many years in advance from now. I mean, we might all be, I don't know if I'll be alive to see that or not. But I'm trusting that the next level will help those that ask for help and how to deal with that. And that can start with now. Tino did say we could trust everything Jesus said in the Gospels, and he said, go to the mountains. Now, that kind of corresponds with that the world won't be destroyed by flood, even though Jesus said that the waves would be roaring. So that means to me that the coasts may be flooded, but that the whole, civilization wasn't going to be flooded. It was going to be done this time by fire. That's what the prophecies talk about. Through the plagues, and one of those plagues is the sun heats up the planet. I mean, but see, a lot of the people in the Democratic field that believe in human-caused global warming think that that's a bunch of baloney in the prophecies. They think that was all made up, to trap people. And so what are they doing? They're following a new religion that is trapping people into belief in supernatural ideas of controlling the weather. There's people that believe that the government is controlling the weather. They're making the climate warmer for population control. I mean, I'm talking about intelligent people. Because intelligence and common sense are different things, and even degrees of common sense. We can think we have common sense and then find out that there's another way of looking at it. I thought when I first saw that movie, The Inconvenient Truth, that it made sense that humans were, with their CO2, were producing climate changes. Global warming, they were calling it then. They weren't using the word climate change. They were using the term. They made a conscious choice to stop using global warming because of the fact that some of the parts of the planet seem to be cooling. And they didn't have a way to explain that. Because the whole idea was that this was a very gradual buildup, right, of CO2. And so you would think that everything would be, whatever was happening with the weather would show that gradual escalation of the results of that CO2 affecting the whole planet. And so having new extreme weather events and like volcanoes going off and stuff like that, they don't know how to explain that. I mean, even with the term climate change, they still have the same dilemma, but it removes it from appearing to be like a global, that everybody on the planet is going to be experiencing it. Um, so I mean, people are ignoring all of the weather events that. Do you know that most of the worst weather events and droughts and fires and volcanoes and earthquakes happened in the early 1900s in the United States area? The United States area is what I'm focused on because that's the area that was designed to be the return of the Father and Jesus, the two individuals from the next level who were the chief administrator of the planet and T and Doe as as her captain. T's captain, not her captain, because T isn't a her. T isn't a he or a her. T is an adult member of the next level, an older member of the next level. A chief administrator of the planet and maybe some other planets. Maybe even 12 planets. As depicted by Revelation 12:1, as 12 crowns. That can mean that there were 12 individuals that graduated into the next level when T became a father. But she may have become a father several times. I don't know how that works exactly. Or each of her vehicles could have become a father. Where Doe is becoming a father for the first time. With the students that were given to him by T. And that's according to Jesus. So I think that's what that also means. That's the more immediate interpretation, I believe, to that part of Revelation 12:1 is talking about 12 of the students that were in T and Doe's classroom were those that were the souls that took vehicles 2,000 years ago, and those souls aren't male or female either. So it might have been in reverse, that those came back in female vehicles this time, where they were in male vehicles with Jesus. But they might have been also in female vehicles with Jesus as well. But I don't know, that's less likely. Well, no. I don't know. I just don't know. Leave it that way. I don't need to put my opinion in. See, that's trying to put too much of my ideas in there. That's an example of it. Trying to extend it out, with guesses about things. It doesn't make any difference. So let's see. Katie Takuchi. I'm not sure how to say that. Hey, very interested in your experience. Other than stories, did T and or Doe do anything supernatural that proved their story? Truly curious. No, not really. And what they said was that when students are ready to graduate in the classroom, then they can't be given that kind of proof. And 2,000 years ago, they weren't ready to graduate, so they were given more proof in those last days when Jesus hung around. with the new body that he converted into a next level vehicle through the metamorphosis. However, they did share with us a dream or two, but I only remember one, and it's not a supernatural kind of dream. So, I mean, but dreams would be considered to be of the supernatural or astral world. They didn't say that the next level worked with dreams. And now I've had a bunch of experiences since leaving the classroom and coming back into trying to be of service to Tiendo now. The experiences that I didn't have when I was young or in the classroom. Well, I did have some experiences when I was very young, but they were kind of nebulous. But other people have had the same experience I'm going to describe it for whatever it's worth. And that is that I think this happened, it might have happened only on the fever, so it may not be anything supernatural. I mean, I did have experiences like with hallucinations under influence of LSD when I was in high school, but I wouldn't count those as supernatural experiences. But the ones that I did have, I've seen spirits on 3 occasions. Or more than that, actually, more than 3 occasions. But they all happened within a certain amount of months, a number of years ago. And I haven't had one recently. And I had premonitions years ago as well. I had a premonition of an airplane that was going to crash, but it landed safely. In other words, it lost power or something, and they didn't know how it landed. This was reported maybe 10 years ago or about that time. And I ended up seeing that in the news, what I thought meant that. And that's when I got the feeling that I wondered if that was what I saw in that dream. It was actually in a dream that I got that, what I thought was a premonition. One time I was driving home from another town, and I live in Vermont, and I had to wonder, like I said, I would get it in the form of, I wonder if there was an obstruction to the road somewhere ahead. Now that's the way I came from that direction a few hours before that. And there was no obstruction in the road. There was no construction or accidents or anything. But when I was going back on this 30-minute drive, I couldn't see it when I had that thought, but then I forgot about it. I forgot about having that thought, and I came upon a road construction. They were filling potholes. Now, why would I have that kind of a premonition? Well, if the next level wanted me to have that experience so that I could talk about it as a real experience, to me, that would be the reason that I would have that, because otherwise, my vehicle doesn't have what some vehicles might have in terms of being able to have premonitions or read minds, or I can't do any of that. Well, maybe I do that and I don't know that I do it. Maybe we all sometimes do that and we don't know we're doing it. Because we don't know what other people are thinking necessarily. But when we have thoughts, it can be the thoughts of other people that we're picking up on. Tiendo did teach that. And they did say that our thoughts and our vibration can affect, our thoughts can affect our bodies biologically. And we can change our genetic code. That's not related to the supernatural, but in a sense it is, because that was taught in high schools for a long time, that the genetic code doesn't change, that you're born with it the way it is, like it's chromosomes, and it doesn't change. But now some people do recognize that the genes can change, and that's what Tiendo's book. Well, it was Doe and Crew wrote it. The Transfiguration Diet says, since you might be a new person to this broadcast, it's a mucusless diet, it's a cleansing diet. And it says, Transfiguration Diet, an extraordinarily advanced turnaround concept regarding man and food, health or disease. And the author is Little Green Ink's think tank. And it says on the bottom, your genetic characteristics can be reprogrammed in quotes, because it's not exactly the same as programming on a computer. It's reprogramming comes by repetition of doing something differently. We can reprogram the vehicle so that the disease remits and it ends. It is held in check. But this is a cleansing diet. So, but I used a partial, an adaptation of this I used with the supplement, the main supplement being cayenne pepper, that I believe is responsible for the healing of my Lyme's disease. Now, some people would say that healings are supernatural, but according to Jesus, you can have healings in by asking the next level for help, and the next level giving you help that heals the vehicle, or on the spot, or through a process of changing behaviors and ways, but which is the other way that healings take place that Jesus said was like through fasting. And the fasting is happens during the time that the older members aren't present with us. So this is the time to do fasting, so that our vehicles can be as healthy as possible and live as long as possible, so that we can learn as many lessons as we can in overcoming the human condition to become a prospective student. And we can be a student the whole time if we want to be. And humans are, even without Tiendo, without knowing it, are potentially students as well. But if somebody wants to be an accelerated student, then they would choose to embrace everything that Tiendo were teaching as best they can. And they weren't teaching suicide, by the way. That wasn't taught as a. That was just the way they decided to exit those vehicles. But they said that for people that were exiting their vehicles because of something happening in the world that caused them to be a failure, or some abuses that happened to them, didn't want to face, or any reason, with the exception of the vehicle not functioning anymore in a way that they can have growth, like if they're like living in a hospice situation on drugs with bad side effects, with no hope of recovering, no real hope of recovering anytime soon. Tindo taught that that would be an occasion where euthanasia was appropriate, instigated by the person, not by humans. I mean, the humans can make the machine. They supported Dr. Kevorkian because I was in the classroom when that was happening. And they talked about that. But the whole idea of the overcoming was to get rid of all the discarnates, the dead humans. So we're talking supernatural when you just talk about that. And because that's, it's what we consider natural doesn't automatically assume the spirit world for many people. But it does for me. I think that is natural. And but they said that the influences that we entertain, if those influences, since those influences are dead humans, I'm talking about influence of the dead, the deceased humans, and who are trying to use our vehicles in a timeshare kind of way, that a human would use a computer system to where the inputs were our senses, and our brain is part of that. Then our vehicles can be affected by the programming that those humans had before they died, that they had accumulated and made into their spirit. And so if they had a bad heart, or or whatever it was, that would also influence, to the degree that we were, that spirit and I were one, we would receive the frequency signals related to that bad heart. That's the best way I can try to understand it and express it. They didn't say all that. They just said that spirits, whatever maladies they had, could affect humans. I try to put it into, my limited ability to put it into a scientific framework, because I want to take it out of the supernatural looking point of view, because it's not supernatural. It's above. It's different than human. It's a different dimension, in a sense. Well, Doe said where he was from in the next level is like a different dimension, because they're not limited to the physics on the earth and the light spectrum on the earth and the sounds on the earth, the frequencies on the earth. And they're not limited to anything on the earth. And there can be planets that have a civilization on them that humans just can't see, or within our sight to see, with our cameras or whatever it is. Because of the way that it's, I guess, the light and the flesh. It's not flesh. Next level members don't have flesh vehicles. They have a vehicle that's biological, but it's more like a plant material, I think. But maybe there can be different materials. I don't know. They didn't get any more details than that. But then you can see where it talks about in the records how they in the New Jerusalem they're living off the light that they don't have to have a separate source of light. Maybe that's the New Jerusalem spacecraft is an older member's vehicle, one of the older members' vehicles. They can have more than one, like I've said repeatedly. Doe said T that had more than one. This is what he said. I mean, T had grown to be able to have more than one vehicle. I think that's the way he said it. Okay, so and I had a UFO sighting also after I joined them in the first year in 1976. I saw this amazing, big, bright white light streak across the sky. Seemed relatively close, and it was over Corpus Christi, Texas. I was sleeping on the beach, but I wasn't sleeping at the time. I put my sleeping bag down. I looked up into the sky over the Gulf of Mexico, and this bright light streaked by and then did a right angle turn, so that it looked like it was headed to go right into the Gulf of Mexico. But didn't get that close to it, but it certainly went a significant amount in that direction. And then it did another right turn, and it looked like an exact right turn. Didn't like there was any curve to it. And then it continued out of sight, and that happened within 2 or 3 seconds. And my partner, that Tiendo had assigned me to be with, didn't see it. Because I said, "Did you see that?" I said that right away, and she was putting her sleeping bag down, and she looked up, and it was gone. So I don't know if there were a few times where that served as proof for me. Because Tiendo would periodically tell us to consider if there was something else we wanted to do in the world. And there would, so we would do that for like 20 minutes, and then they would send a message, to go back to blocking everything out, which was the first instruction we had when we joined, that you had to put the past behind you entirely, because you're going to be starting to build a new creature, and your whole human connection was the flesh connection and the mind connection as well, but was the human family connection, and you were actually changing into a new family member, and Jesus taught that as well. So they would be opening that door, and then they sent us back to visit our families on 2 occasions. Anyway, but they would have us. One time they had us do an exercise that was sending thoughts out to the world, and I don't remember what it was. I did have to memorize it, but I don't remember. But it had to do with helping them see more of reality. I think that's what it had to do with. And T gave us an exercise to see more, and what she meant by see more was not limited, because it was an eye exercise, and it was like focusing on an object that you can see clearly and trying to stare at it so that you don't have any peripheral vision, but you might still have some. If you might not avoid it all totally, but you can stare at it so that you see the object and you know that the peripheral vision is in your peripheral vision. It's there, but you're not paying attention to any of the detail in the peripheral vision. And then change your eyes so that your eyesight, so that you're seeing that picture that you were focusing on equally with the peripheral vision. So you were paying more attention to your peripheral vision then. You're increasing that. And to go back and forth and do that as an exercise. She said that would help you see more of what's reality. And they did talk about how needing to raise our vibrations so that we could see next level members that might be among us in the craft where we're living, in the house, which we call the craft. They also said that a spacecraft could be right on top of the house, and to where the next level members know how to stay out of our way, but we could bump into them if they didn't stay out of our way. And I assume that means we would feel something by bumping into them. That's what I felt like they were saying. But then next level, no, they won't let us bump into them because they know how to stay out of our way, is what Tiendo said. I guess I repeated that. I was trying to see if there was some more to. Starting to get tired. Hope you all, are getting something out of this conversation. I know there's some new faces here, so I know to the ones that have been listening to my live streams almost like every time, they've heard a lot of this before. But it's such powerful information, all of it. But I'm talking about the more supernatural things. In terms of things that we can't, prove. Like T, on 2 occasions, I think it was, told me that I looked green. So I don't know if that meant that she saw. I said, "What do you mean? I don't understand." She said, "You look green to me." And I recognized later that after I left the classroom, years later, that maybe she was referring to the fact that I was jealous of some other students having more time with Tiendo during that time. I remember going through that right at that same time period, in that same location. And but I also remember that I outgrew that a little enough to ignore it and realize that I had tasks to do that were my tasks. And so I started doing things that I had that were optional. Like one of them was transcribing the audio tapes. which I don't know what happened to those transcriptions. I know there were a lot of them. I'm going to do this. I'm going to ask Mark about this. Because we were transcribing them to computers. Okay, so let me think. Maybe that's enough on I've had, dreams with spacecrafts in them. I've had dreams of flying. When I was a kid, I had dreams of flying. The way it happened for me was I was playing basketball, and I was able to go up and fly up to the basket. And then when I would come down, I was able to use my mind to not hit the ground, and so I'd be like a Superman then, without a cape, gliding along the top, and then it got to be too hard to stay up, and so I would end up coming down. I'm going to go into the chat room and go to Jay Pollock and says, where does human evolution fit in with these ideas of growing on the vine? Well, Tino said right away from the beginning that when they used the term evolution, they weren't talking about Darwinian evolution. They're talking about evolution of the mind, but that the vehicles genetically are need to be a match for the mind, for the classroom. So, in other words, the human condition is designed to that it keeps on changing and growing, but some, like in grades in school, but some stay in the same grade, and they don't get paired to the 12th grade. Because when you get to the 12th grade, then it's natural to think in terms of separating from humanness. And so you have people that, they come into this life just feeling like they need to leave the nest as soon as they can. You know what I mean? Leave their family and go get a job in China or, where Antarctica or something, go to school. That happens a lot by people going to school, and then, but they don't have any sense of, well, I'm not going to see my parents that much. It's not going to, or I'm not going to, my siblings or those people I grew up with in high school, I really love them. And so I want to, I want to be here. So that's part of the evolution of mind to where it's outgrowing the human condition. People that no longer want to have sex, they don't like it, and they don't want to propagate, so they just don't do it. That's a form of evolution, evolutionary development, because the next evolutionary kingdom, the next level, doesn't have sex. And so the soul that's accumulating or the mind from the next level is then by rejecting sexuality is emptying their human container of that programming. They're changing that program. They're changing the genes even, so that different things are happening in the body that go towards becoming more and more of a next level behaviors and ways, and even maybe even physically, to where let's say somebody that was in a past life had overcome. So the vehicles are right alongside the behaviors and ways that need to be overcome by the returning souls. So even let's say you overcame your desire for sexuality, like entertainment, because that's what it's being used for now a lot. Entertainment, and also, for camaraderie, all different reasons for it. But let's say you outgrew that. So then when that soul comes back, maybe they didn't overcome wanting to become famous and rich, okay, in that past life. So the next level makes sure that those souls that are coming back to learn their next lesson have the opportunity to be with a vehicle that is going to provide them with what they need to overcome most. And so the vehicle itself might really not want sexuality in this life, but they may propagate. They may end up having children in their family unit, but then they won't feel. They might have also overcome thinking of those children as their possession. That's another form of overcoming that needs to happen. That's part of evolution, because the next evolutionary step doesn't have propagation like a mammal. They get their new members from people, the souls that graduate, and then they grow bodies for them, those souls, to graduate. And they don't need them graduates. Well, humans and human families tend to sometimes propagate because they want somebody to take care of them in their old age, or to help run the farm, and to carry on their genetic line, or just because to experience that with another human is becomes a big lesson ground as well. Having a partner and having to raise children is difficult. And so people can learn lessons from that. So that's all evolution. That's evolving to not believe there's any reason for a human to kill another human. That's evolution. It's evolution of the mind and the body, so that the body doesn't even relate to it as being. But then the reason why we have that evolution, people cannot recognize that's because it's not right to deny somebody the lesson experience in the human kingdom, because we need these vehicles in order to experience lessons. That's the reason why it's outlawed. But but next level members don't do that. Well, they will. Next level members do things that end up killing humans, like with weather events and tsunamis, and but they created humans, so then they designed humans to die. So they're really not doing anything but accelerating that spirit's advancement to the next opportunity, because those spirits that come out of those what we see as tragic events, which I understand feeling that. If I was in those events and people were dying around me, it would be traumatic. It would be very difficult to deal with. And but by people asking for help to deal with that, even at the moment, go reaching to the highest source in the heavens and to the stars, if they have that consciousness, the next level can pick up on that, and then they can sort those spirits that are asking for help into buckets or categories that can then be used in future gardens, or even in the current garden, to keep on nurturing that asking for help, so that becomes like an automatic thing for people to do, for the vehicle to do. Like my vehicle automatically did that, even though I had nothing. I had no belief in the Catholics that I was forced to believe in. Well, that I was provided with. I wasn't forced to believe in it. I mean, except they required me to go to church and catechism, and but I ended up rebelling from that and going in the opposite direction in some ways. I was a little bit of a thief in my pre-20 years. Not from people, but except for cigarettes. I stole from. I babysat for a couple of adults, and when I was a teenager, and I didn't have any money or anything to buy cigarettes, and I wanted to smoke them. So the person smoked these Pall Malls. They were those cigarettes, and so I went in. When they left, and the child was asleep, I went into his drawer in his bedroom, and I looked underneath things, and one of the drawers had a carton of cigarettes in it, and so I opened up the carton real carefully. Well, actually, it was an open carton, and I took a pack out, and I found a razor blade, and I tried to cut the back of the package open so that I could get a couple cigarettes out without looking like, so that when he would open it, he wouldn't see any cigarettes were missing. I don't know how I closed it up again. I don't know if I did really close it up again that well. I don't remember using tape, but I might have been that devious. I never heard from him that he found out about it, but maybe that's why I lost that job. Well, I did some other things there. I got drunk on New Year's Eve when I was babysitting and using their booze, and I ended up, they had a ham that was supposed to be used for New Year's Day dinner, and I kind of like, I think I stabbed it with a knife a bunch of times. I wasn't like trying to kill it. I was just being a jerk. I wasn't like, angry or anything. I was just drunk. And so I damaged that ham. I didn't do too much damage to it. I mean, it would still be edible. I didn't like, spit on it or anything like that. I mean, the degree of my, anyway, that's just sharing, some of the. Now, Tia, what do they say about the things that we did that we think were bad to do? Because I mean, people can right now have in their memory something that they did yesterday. I mean, people get angry with one another and they throw things sometimes, and and they might hit each other and things like that. And some of them get into beatings and things, and of course, and death and all that. So if somebody did that to somebody else, they definitely have a difficult lesson to try to stop themselves from getting to whatever condition they were in that resulted in them taking such actions. But they can overcome it. They can, and all things can be forgiven, according to Jesus. Tiendo didn't talk about the Bible much at all, so I can't say that they ever said anything about that. But they did teach, to take the higher side of our classmates and to want our classmates to thrive and to not think negative thoughts about our classmates and not find fault with them. If we were taught that we needed to be a partner for our classmates, and so they needed to ask us for help to see any of the things that we do or say or that seem to be different than what Tiendo are teaching, to bring it to their attention. So, but we weren't looking for that. We weren't, I wonder if he's doing anything wrong, or even in a way that, somebody that is prone to that kind of analysis of everything, to where they could see somebody doing something and think, what can they do that? They could do that so much faster if they, that's the kind of criticism that some people would have to overcome, like Crlody had to overcome an aspect of that, of even, taking to an extreme the following of procedures to where she wasn't flexible, and flexibility was being taught in Tiendo's classroom. So that even if you broke a procedure, well, let's say we had a procedure that Tiendo were in the craft and they were circulating, for whatever reason, going into the neutral lab to help solve a problem with the way the experiment was coming out, or go into the fiber or the yeast lab where the bread was made, to solve a problem or whatever they were doing. That if we saw them in the hallway and we weren't involved with them in whatever task they were doing, that we wouldn't stop them to ask them a question. Doesn't mean we wouldn't smile at them or, as they walked by, and they might say something to us, but we had no instruction to stop them, to interfere with whatever was on their minds. And we were taught to do that with each other too, not just with them. That we wouldn't interfere with somebody else doing a task. We would stop at a distance away from them so that they knew that we had a question or wanted to say something, and wait for them to stop the conversation and recognize us and ask. And that's what we were taught to do as well. But let's say a student did go up to them when they knew that procedure and had something to say to them. Tiendo wouldn't say to that person, we're not supposed to do that. They weren't those kind of teachers. They would listen to what the person said, and then it might come up in a meeting. That's as a combination of other things that they were talking about that came to their mind that was still happening, that people were stopping them in the hallway. Rather than single somebody out at the moment or, whatever. I don't know what the reasons were for not bringing it up right away, but I had experience with that, to where I wasn't asking a question, but I was actually warning them, because we had this office complex, not complex, but just it was a bunch of rooms. It was an office complex, yeah. It was like had a big room, and then it had a meditation room, and it had a room for meetings with the public, and we called it, Tiendo called it Astrologics. It was in Amarillo, Texas, and we had one person doing some artwork there, making stained glass windows, or little panels, like stained glass. And Mark was doing that, actually. Crlody, the individual who's with Sarah, the webmasters of the Heaven's Gate website. And he was doing that, and we had choral singing with the whole class that T instructed Doe to be our teacher on. And we had we gave talks. And why did I bring that up though again? We gave talks about ghosts and things like that to the public. Oh yeah, but T and Doe were sitting behind what was one-way glass, so that they could see into what was happening, but people couldn't see them. And so we were getting ready for one of those public meetings. And I was going to speak on, with Crlody and I were going to make a presentation about ghosts and spirits to wherever people from the community came to it. And so while we were waiting for that to start, T and Doe took their chairs behind that wall that had that one-way glass on it. And I was in the room where the meeting was going to take place. And I could hear them talking through the wall. And I felt like, wow, that's not good. Because what if a human is sitting there? And I didn't know that they would be saying anything that would be bad, but I just felt like that was a breach of security potential. So I really, cautiously went to where they were sitting, and I waited, and they were talking, and I just waited, and then Doe saw me out of the corner of his eye, and wanted to know what was on my mind. And I didn't want to say anything. I was like, I'm not sure I should bring this up. I was really hesitant. Not that they would have punished me or anything. I was just respectful of them. And I wasn't afraid of them. Not at all. My vehicle didn't always want to be around them, because my vehicle was challenged by them. The disciplines, especially on some of the areas of my vehicles and my mind's weakness with the vehicle. But so anyway, so finally Doe got it out of me, and he said you did the right thing. He said, by telling us that you had us in mind. You were trying to protect us. they were such loving people. They are such loving people. If people could imagine it, that they're being, told by people that they're evil. Excuse me, got emotional there. Not that that's a bad thing. That kind of emotion is a good thing. But we don't try to, when we feel that, we don't try to bring it on. We try to fight it back, to not give in to it. But when it's about our older members, it's not a bad sensuous experience. But if it's about, woe is me because something's not going well, it's not that that's wrong, but it is something that can also be a form of sensuality that needs to be overcome. They taught that in the classroom. So we don't give in to crying about things. And I know a few students had that difficulty. I believe Pam Odie had that difficulty. She was so. She's still. She wasn't among the 38. She's last I knew living in Montana, and I visited with her several times after I left the classroom. And I count her a sister, a good friend of mine. Even though we don't communicate, I feel like I have only positive things to feel about her, even though she wasn't, even though, I'm not sure what she believes anymore. I know she doesn't believe in tea and dough last time I talked with her. But she used to like hit her head on things or with her hand because she wasn't growing fast enough or abiding by the procedures as well as she could. If she made a mistake, I guess she would get really down on her vehicle. And tea and dough didn't teach us to do that. So she had to overcome that. Basically telling the vehicle, no, don't it's not, that's not the procedure to beat on yourself. We weren't taught to feel guilty about things. In fact, though one time scheduled an event, a time where each one of us were with Doe by ourselves in a room, and he was encouraging us to express anything that we felt guilty about. In our past, like, let's say we did something that we feel very bad about doing. We harmed somebody in some way, maybe, I don't know, I don't know what it was. Anyway, so but I'm going to bring this full circle, but I've told this story before. I hemmed and hawed when it got to be my turn because I had it in my head because my vehicle had a problem from a young age because the vehicle's plumbing was small. Plumbing meaning the sexual organs or the we didn't have a name for the penis, so I guess I can use the word penis and not be going astray in that regard. Not that that's a big deal now to go astray in, because it's not right now. The lessons are learn everything Tiendo taught and stand up for them as the world looks down on them. And you can help other people come to see the truth that way. That's the lessons now, not whether we are overcoming everything. Although overcome everything as well is part of the process. It's not like it's without that. It's separating from the human kingdom is all part of it. And overcoming the human characteristics and behaviors and ways is part of separating from the human kingdom. And to graduate, we have to separate from everything, even attachment to our life. But they prefer not to leave. But I was going to bring that full circle. But I'm throwing that out there. But I can't say that without saying that the classroom preferred not to leave by laying down their vehicles the way they did. They said that in the book. So, but they were willing to because it's what their older members felt they were genuinely ready to do. Not that Doe wanted them to do it. He did want them to do it, but he wanted them to do it because it was T's instruction to return. And that was the method that was given to him to instigate. Which there was a hint of that that may have started even before T left her vehicle. Because I'm the one that found the book from the Hemlock Society and all the ways to which was approximately 1986 when I found that book, all the ways to exit our vehicles. And that became part of our library in 1986. So if he wasn't thinking of that as an option, why would he include it in our library? He didn't just have any willy-nilly books in our library. Because I remember reading it and thinking, gosh, I don't want to go that way. I don't want to go that way. So then when he bought the boat, right after the Cocoon movie was over, and it was docked in Houston somewhere. I never went to it, but some students went to it to fix it up. Then we never used the boat. But I remember thinking, well, I wonder if we're going to go out in that boat, and if we don't get picked up by the next level from a spacecraft, that we might, end up laying down our lives by drowning. I remember thinking, I wondered if that would happen, and how, what drowning would be like. I remember thinking that. I wasn't like looking forward to it because it wasn't a martyr trip. Right from the beginning, it wasn't a martyr trip, even though I thought I was going to be martyred. So T and O were always throwing surprises at us. And I know I wasn't alone in that. That challenged our thinking. And that needs to take place in order for a classroom to graduate to adult membership. And that's why we can't have a repeat of that classroom, because that's not the lesson step now. That's to follow all the ways of the classroom, not have possessions and all, to become a commune with other people doing the same thing. I'm not saying that can't happen, but there's not going to be a teacher for that. So I doubt I could be a part of something like that. Because then, people would be saying to me, did T and Do do that? Did T and Do do that? And I would say, well, in this circumstance, maybe they wouldn't do that, And so if I said, well, they wouldn't do that, maybe in that circumstance they would do that, So even though in the circumstance that I saw, they wouldn't do that. It would be a big mess. And people would be looking to me as a leader, and I'm not a leader. I'm not a teacher. I'm a student. And I've got the same task all students have right now, that people that want to be students, is to, like I said before, stand up for T and O and change in the ways that they want to change. See, it's always a choice. That's why I know it was a choice for those students to lay down their lives right up to the last day before they did it. They had the choice not to do it. And they all knew that. I had the choice to be castrated. And I chose that choice, but then it didn't happen. And I've told that story many times. I'm not going to go through it right now. But well, I'll just say it in short, that's not right to bring it up and not say anything about it. It's not fair to you all. But that I've been petitioning Doe to have that procedure for over a year, or it seems like about a year. And it was originally stimulated, the idea was originally stimulated by Doe pertaining to himself wanting to have the procedure. And then he brought it as an option, as something to consider to about a dozen students. He didn't bring it up to everybody. He called us to his quarters, and I was one of them. And of those dozen students, 3, Crlody, Parkody, and myself, Crlody was the only one that was among the 38, said we had no reservations. One individual, Havody, who left the classroom soon after that, said he had a reservation about doing that. And so we were in the warehouse that was made into one of the rooms in the offices there in that warehouse was made into a sterile room. And Livody had experience with, she was a surgeon's helper. She was a nurse. She had experience with orchiectomies, which is the removal of testicles for cancer patients. She worked with a doctor that did that procedure, and so she was the assistant to that. So she knew the procedure, she knew all the things to buy, and she did that, and she did the procedure on, it was going to be Crlody and I. And we flipped a coin for who had the choice of going first or second. And Crlody won the toss and decided to go first. And Doe asked me right before we flipped a coin if I had any reservations. I told him, I said, my vehicle isn't looking forward to it, but I'm overriding my vehicle. That was the truth. That's the way I felt about it. Because I wanted the procedure. And I was going to go through it because I wanted to prove to the next level that I was going to go all the way. And there was a part of me that was like, there was a part of me that was like a little bit of a competitive mindset with that. You know, it was like what Christians say, that you can't get into the kingdom of heaven by works, by earning your way in. But they got that wrong. You do need to earn your way, but you need to earn your way according to the instructions, by following the instructions given to you by the older members on what to do. And Jesus said, to be my disciple, you need to deny yourself, take up your cross, and follow me. Literally, follow me. Come with me. Leave everything behind. Mother, father, sister, brother, children, lands. It was all part of what was required of the students that wanted to be with him, to be his student. Now, there were other students that may not have left everything behind. But they wouldn't have been traveling with Doe, with Jesus. Christians don't know what to do with that, so they say that that's for the ones that are further ahead. But they don't say that hardly at all. They just dress up and they just become the priests and the reverends and mostly the priests. Like celibacy is only for us. You have babies. You need to have lots of babies so that we can have supporters to give us money so that we can live. But for them, they're the holy. And so basically they were setting up a caste system right there. Like with the Brahmins, right? And they were setting themselves up then as being intermediaries to God. So that if the Pope said it, then it was as much as God said it. Which is a lie. And Jesus said, call no man your father. And it was the same word, Abba, in the Hebrew, but pater in the Greek. And same word he used for when he said, my Father in heaven, was also pater. And yet you have these priests walking around, and the Luciferian souls are the ones that put them up to that, being called Father this and Father that. And even in other groups, they call them, like in the Latter-day Saints, they call the leaders apostles. There weren't any apostles. There were only 12 apostles, and one of them broke away and flunked the test, whatever test he was given. I guess turning Jesus in was a test of his loyalty. Because I don't think that was instructions to do that, or he wouldn't have laid down his life after that. But then again, maybe I'm wrong about that. I don't know. Tino didn't. I don't remember talking about it. So, no, it wouldn't. That doesn't measure up. I don't think in terms of the scripture. But since Tino didn't talk about it directly, I can't say I absolutely know what the case is to that. But that doesn't mean that Judas, the soul that was in that vehicle, wasn't given another opportunity to be with the older member this time, and even even born immediately after, to well, I don't know if that would serve any purpose, but so I shouldn't even try to put an even on there. Sometimes I think that's okay to do, but that's an example of when it wasn't necessary. Another example of using my mind. But I'm glad you're getting a chance to at least see my understanding of that, whether I've got the best understanding of it or not. It's an honest way of looking at it. We're to be right. We're not to want to be seen as being right. We want to be righteous and do the right thing. And that means follow the procedures given to us by the older members. That's being righteous. And if you look at, the religions, you can see why they don't represent, or why Christianity as a religion doesn't represent Jesus' teachings. Maybe not ever. But what happens because of that, though, is that's because of the misinformation flood that went after right after Jesus left started in earnest to try to dilute and distort everything, so that the choice would remain for the ones that received the teachings and tried to apply them to the best they could at the time. When they came back, they would still have that knowledge. And so when they would see that knowledge being expressed again, they would recognize it. So that was a way of keeping the classrooms, an automatic way of keeping the classrooms in having different stages, different phases. Is another way that Juno talked about the last phase. That they didn't know the last phase would be the book before they left. And then their website came about. So that was for the internet posting of the book. I guess was the second phase of that. With their exit, of course. Anyway, so let's see, how many loose ends did I leave that time? I'll go back to the chat room. Because so I hope I dealt with that subject of evolution. I would search the Heaven's Gate book for the term evolution, and see what any of the classmates said about it. Maybe I'll do that so that I can talk about it next time. Okay, I already talked about do you miss T and Do? And where does human evolution? Okay, I got that already. I'm going backwards. And then Kathy Southwestern says, good evening, Sawyer. As always, just stopping in, and I'll catch up on the stream later. As of today, I am 7 streams behind. Yeah, well, there's no requirement to, watch all my streams, but I'll stop here in a few days, for a few days. I like to think that there's some value to each one of them, but I know that I kind of talk for a long time, and there's a lot of repeat. So, if you listen to T and Do's tapes, you'll get a lot of help just by listening to their voices and trying to apply whatever they're talking about in the way that you can. I'd rather have you, listen to them than try to catch up on me. Because if you miss what I say, it's not going to change your relationship with T and Do. I mean, whether you, I can understand. I'd be in the same position, I think, if I was in your shoes and there was somebody that had experience with them and I believed in them, I'd want to hear everything they had to say about it. So I appreciate you saying that, though. And then Dope Throne Rights says, what are your personal reasons for not going the next level above human with the rest of the group? Well, I was put to the test, and I flunked, and I gave into sexuality with myself repeatedly. And Do gave me the choice of taking on another task after a period of time of responsibility as an overseer again, because I had been like in the task of overseer for some years before that, and I didn't take it. And so he asked me what I wanted to do, and I said I guess I have to leave. And so that's why I did, because and then I learned from Carlan, who joined the classroom in 1994 and left the classroom in 1994, I think. And he told me that he witnessed Doe saying that I hadn't been keeping up with some of my lessons. And so they took away some of the mind that was keeping influences away from me. Some of the recognition, well, maybe that's the way he said it. Some of the recognition of the next level that I had been given, and because of that, I know I didn't even want to ask for help. I tried to hide what I was doing, and then even when I exposed it, when Doe recognized that I was dealing with something, and he asked me about it, I exposed it, and to the whole classroom, I told him about it. I didn't recover from that. I never. I went public as an overseer of a group, traveling all over the country, talking to people in meetings, while I was occasionally giving in to masturbation with myself, my vehicle. And Doe said that I wasn't dismissed from the classroom because that was grounds for dismissal, giving into it, and because nobody else was being affected by what I was doing. And he told me that he felt like I had the makings of a good member of the next level. And so he didn't want to throw me away, he told me. So that's why I wasn't among them. I wasn't among them to come talk to people now. But the next level takes advantage of negatives. So my leaving was a negative for the next level because they had invested a lot in me. And I had the makings, I have or still have potentially the makings of a good member of the next level. So they offered me a task. And they offered everybody a task to do the same thing. But my task is a little different because I have more experience. But that's the only reason it's different. It's different. But, it does present me with additional challenges to have people, looking to me for trying to represent best I can T and Doe's teachings. That can, that could go to my head, or it could make me, think, okay, maybe I could start a group, and I could, people could come and, we could, I could charge money, for my book and write more books, write them short so that, I can sell a bunch of books. So at least I'm not flunking in that way of flunking, those ways of flunking. Because it's not over until it's over. Until we lose our vehicles, that's when we're judged to what grade in school we're in. The next level doesn't throw people away when they have a chance to graduate, and will give them multiple chances. Even the Luciferians were given multiple chances to recover and kept on choosing not to. But the lessons have to get harder to recover. All right, so I'm going to go on to the next. Pegasus hang. Have they ever? Well, have they come back to visit you after so many years? No, they don't. They're on spacecrafts with new vehicles, and if they've been back to visit with a physical vehicle, I don't know about it. And I don't think that's in the cards right now. I think they're operating on the spacecrafts. They can come close if they want to. I mean, if they have instruction to. And humans aren't going to see them because they know how to stay out of sight. Just like one of the Star Trek episodes, they knew how to stay out of sight of the humans that were growing on a garden. Some of that came from next level thinking and reality. Pegasus then says, it's astonishing that we are still having this conversation after over 20 years. It's actually because the next level wants this to continue, and their method of exiting was guaranteed to keep it in the press, because they have every so often somebody says, let's run a rerun of the 10 worst cults. They love to do that. It's entertaining to do that, and so the team don't get included in it, but they don't got anything to say about them that's bad. Except that their students, thought that they were going to the kingdom of heaven on a spacecraft. And that, they don't even talk about that hardly in some of them. I saw a recent one about a month ago. That was the 10 worst cult leaders. And Heaven's Gate was talked about in there, but they never said what was bad about them. Well, maybe they said led them to their death. Maybe it said that. But, but the other ones, all the other ones have the, child abuse and amassing of fortunes and instigating the harm of other people, like that Rajneesh guy did, and putting out misinformation and all kinds of lies and things, and all the people in Jonestown, they were at gunpoint if they didn't want to drink the Kool-Aid, and they went through they were manipulated into that, and that's obvious by the facts. The facts are they had stage rehearsals, not rehearsals. They were told to drink this cocktail that was going to end their lives, the Kool-Aid, whatever it was, and then when they did it, they didn't die. That happened a number of times. So, for all intents and purposes, the people that drank that might have thought that it was the same thing, until some people perceived that it wasn't the same thing. It wasn't going to be a false suicide. And so they were crying and with their kids, and then that's when they held guns on him and said, do it, do it. He was on a loudspeaker saying, do it, do it, do it, No, he didn't say do it. That was the slogan of the Nike sneakers. But T&O didn't do anything like that. Wasn't even close to the same thing. There's no comparison with T&O's group and any of the other cults. I mean, yeah, you can think they died, and they didn't even have just one leader, one authoritarian leader that convinces them, which most of the other cults have. Maybe all of them have that. I'm sure there's a few that have people that think they're the two witnesses. I know there are, because I've talked with some of them, but not the people that were well, maybe I did talk to the two witness people that thought they were the two witnesses, because they would write things and I would respond telling them, about T&O. But okay, well, so it's in my mind, it's like it's not really astonishing, and also there's a number of documentary crews that have interviewed me many times, and others that were dropouts like Carlan and Frank and Michael Arthody. He hasn't been interviewed in a long time that I'm aware of, and Pam Odie and not Have Odie, because he didn't want to be interviewed. But Mark and Sarah were interviewed many times over email. They don't want to be in person. But so, I mean, the interest continues, because there's a lot of people that knew that this was a different cult than the others. They didn't know how to put their finger on it. I've been told that in person by one person, maybe even more than one person. And I've been told that there's been some people that thought it was evil until they heard a little bit more about it. And then they realized that there was a lot more to it that was very interesting. Some people are just very interested in the story. It's just an amazing story. And they don't claim to believe in T&O or not. But it's going to keep on going for as long as the next level wants to allow it to happen. Well, the lower forces don't want it to happen. So I mean, it is astonishing in the sense that there's so much against it being talked about. It's a feat for it to not be slammed down. But there's crews of next level members working on that, so that YouTube doesn't become like a pay for publishing, or they start limiting how long I can do live streams. I mean, those things are probably eventually going to take place. But there may be a couple of years to go before that happens. I don't know. I don't know. How the next level needs to move things ahead. They don't. There's not a lot of time now, and I know that's doomsday-ish thinking, but we can deal with it. We can deal with it and help other people deal with it in a realistic way, to where they put their hope in the next level that can help them deal with the problems and help their children deal with the problems. Because this empire in the United States that is all over the globe, with all the hundreds of, 300 military bases, is fallen. It's already fallen, but we just don't see that's a process, just like rising is a process. But the two biggest falls that I can see are the 9/11 events and the endless wars that came from that, and the financial crisis that was global and that is still being waged against everybody by sucking all the money out of the public sphere and putting it into the hands of the government and the private industry of the military-industrial complex and everything else that's going into building underground cities to flee to, in case, and the Space Force to try to fight against the next level coming to recycle. They think they are the bad aliens, the reptilians, when the reptilians are among us. Manipulating all the leaders of the countries to prepare the public for no infrastructure. So I mean, they're not like, I mean, it's not like it's a bad thing really that people believe to get off of fossil fuels. It's a good thing. It's just it's not for the reason that they're saying it. And I think it would be better if they would say that well, the best they could do is to tell the truth and say that we think what you people are calling the kingdom of God is really an evolutionary level above human, and they're coming to recycle because that guy Doe knew what he was talking about, NT, and so you should prepare by getting out of the cities and moving to the more rural, mountainous areas, and if you can, or I would suggest the Southwest United States, and try to live without government support. If you're getting government support, get associated with farms, because I think a lot of the population, or some of the population, might be the meek who inherit the earth, but that doesn't mean that the whole globe isn't going to be recycled. I think it is. I don't know if the whole globe is going to experience it. There may be pockets of the planet that the next level chooses to keep humans alive in, and they could move people to pockets where they could go work around areas where they might want to keep the humans alive, because those humans can serve to seed the next civilization. Could even be used as a base to where the next civilization is totally peaceful, and they don't even want to make weapons, because there won't be any Luciferians to try to stimulate them to make the weapons, so that they can develop the technology to fight against the next level and to get off the planet, and or restrict the access to the DNA. Continue to have access to the DNA of the humans. That's the reason why, and fight among each other for those same things. the threat from space, with the Space Force being the Armageddon in the translation onto the Earth. The next level prophecies are all geared to relate to both the next level's relationship to the humans and events on Earth and the way humans respond to those events. That's all Armageddon. That's all the war. War for allegiance of souls. So that even the ones that don't know anything about TNO are separating from the government when they see how bad the government is. They are then separating from them. They don't even want to vote anymore because they see that it's not going to make any difference. Even if it's a legal vote, even if it's a real vote, it's not tampered with much, and the way the votes are tampered with. That's what's probably going to happen with the next election. That no matter who wins, the other side is going to say that they're tampered with the vote. And who knows, try to get the Supreme Court involved, who knows what. That could start a civil war with people actually going after the leaders in the other party physically. I'm not suggesting that. No, according to TNO, there shouldn't have been weapons made to kill all of the humans with. No, where are the peaceniks between one another? So to take up arms, to live by the sword, you die by the sword. That's what Jesus said, and that stands now too. Those said it in USA Today information ad, that the weeds were going to take each other out. And that's what we're witnessing. We're going to watch the Republicans go against the Democrats. I mean, we're already watching it. A lot of them hate each other. And they're not objective at all about the others. And they're equally, as far as I'm concerned, totally off the mark, or they could be. But it doesn't mean that there can't be a positive to it for the people. As people disconnect, even if they're not allowed to buy and sell anymore, because they're not allowed to get a credit card unless they are upstanding citizens in some way. I mean, they can make it so that if you don't get vaccinated, you can't get any public benefits. And so and that you got to follow all the vaccinations, all 30 or so vaccinations that all the kids need to get to go to the public school. So they could basically that would be one of the ways they would be controlling everybody, because the vaccinations aren't totally safe, and that's well known actually in the pharmaceutical industry. Because it was just revealed by John F. Kennedy Jr. That he had some people inside the conference where all the bigwigs of the pharmaceutical companies were talking about the vaccination programs and how all the flaws in them, and how the testing of mortality was increasing in Haiti and Brazil because of the use of a certain vaccination. And that correlates with that can seem to correlate with Revelation 16, 1 and 2, where it talks about the sores being among the people that are following the beast. And that would mean following the protocol of the government. They're the ones that are going to have those problems. They're going to be the ones that are getting sick because their vaccinations aren't really protecting them and helping their immune system for the long range. It may help a little in some ways. Different vaccinations are different. I'm not saying all vaccinations are bad, but there's like the HPV-C vaccination. I suspect is totally unnecessary to give to all these females. They wanted to give it to my partner, my ex. And she refused it. She's the one that taught me about the vaccination programs and the corruption in them. Anyway, so those are the kind of things that are being imposed on people more and more, and the censorship that's taking place on that subject. Now that can happen also with the global warming subject, to where anybody that's a dissident and says that carbon dioxide isn't our problem, they could be shut up, not allowed to be able to talk about it. If the Democrats come to power, that's going to happen. But you know what happened in New York recently? Trump just recently said, what was it that he said? He said that New York, you better get out your pail and your bucket and your mop, or whatever, something like that, because in a tweet, because he didn't approve of the funding for the seawall around Manhattan. That's kind of strange, actually, I think, that he wouldn't have approved that. Really strange. I mean, it shows that I might not have a good picture totally about how I've heard this before, that there's two major ways of thinking about dealing with the space aliens and dealing with everything. And they're in opposition against each other. Okay, hence the Republicans and the Democrats. But it's way beyond the party. It has to do with the 1%, that they talk about. But Trump may be just trying to appeal to his base, or he may be just saying something off the top of his head, right? Because he's like he's a lunatic for sure. But he's actually all of them are lunatics as far as I'm concerned. Well, I shouldn't say all of them. Some of them, I think, want to get off the fossil fuels for the sake of the people, knowing that the prices are going to go way up on them. I don't know. I don't know what Bernie Sanders thinks on that score. But the reason why he's supporting the Democratic platform of the Green New Deal. But the centrist Democrats aren't supporting that. They're supporting Trump. All his programs they support. But they do a little token, as long as they get a little something for it, which I talked about before. So I'm going to end this live stream, but let me go through see if I can go through the chat room fast at this point. Pegasus then says, Doe is definitely a man of charisma to have so many followers after the preaching stopped 20 over years ago. Well, we don't know how many followers he has now. Just the people that are subscribing to this channel aren't necessarily followers. And I don't keep track of people I don't ask people what they believe. And when people tell me, I don't write down their name someplace. I don't have anybody's. I have people's addresses and email and things, and Facebook names and all that. But I don't have it separate from the Facebook account, or the Yahoo account, or the YouTube account. So I don't know how many people, but I wouldn't be surprised if there's coming up to 144,000. Whether I see that number or not on this YouTube channel, I don't know. But it really grew fast in 2017. But it was in coordination with also the publications in the media. And there's supposed to be one coming out on HBO Max. And I'm holding my breath on to what they're going to do. Whether they're going to tell more of the truth, or they're going to frame it, as an evil cult, or they're going to let the people decide by presenting enough options to see both sides of it. Which I gave them plenty of material for that. And maybe some others did too. I don't know all who they interviewed. And J. Pollock says, apparently T had a presence that was truly otherworldly. I wish there was good video of her to see it. At the same time, she was blended in. She was very, they didn't stand out like in a room, I don't think necessarily. They meant it to be that way, that they wouldn't stand out. That's why T put eye makeup, because she felt like our eyes made her stand out in some way. Without the makeup. With the makeup, it seemed like she was just like all the other females of her age group, her vehicle's age group. And Kathy Southwestern says, I think I'm going to try the supermarket game just to see what happens. Yeah, try it. I should try it too. Now, the next level, those students had pretty focused minds. So, our thoughts might not be as strong as their thoughts were. But it'd be worth a try, to try to play with it. Kathy Southwestern says, Sawyer, thank you so much for speaking on alcohol, as I have been struggling. Oh, yeah, I read that one before. Then Kathy says, J. Pollock. I'm going to skip that because I am trying to bring this to a close. Then Booser says, did you guys work out? We did have exercise machines, but it wasn't actually a workout. We had a rowing machine, we had a treadmill, we had an inversion swing. This is when they didn't want us to do so much walking anymore because they didn't want the public, wherever we lived, to see that many different faces. And so we had a squash court, an indoor squash court. We had tennis courts that we used sometimes. We had volleyball. When we had a big spread that was a big piece of land to where we had a volleyball court and a track that was like, I don't know, maybe it was like an eighth of a mile around, or maybe even a quarter mile around track on this piece of property in Austin, Texas. And so those are the kind of exercise we got. And we had swimming pools, but we didn't, where we could do laps. We had outdoor tennis courts. The exercise was optional. All that was optional. There might have been a time when at first we had a requirement of so much time on the exercise rowing machine and so forth, but then it became optional for people after a short, some weeks of or maybe even a month or two of being, required. Jay Pollock says, Giannotti's vehicle was quite attractive, must have made life difficult for some members. Yes, but that was their overcoming. And then dreams are vital, says Borkchop. They've been helpful to me. But I've also had dreams that that I thought were not provided by the next level, because they were like human behaviors kind of insinuated. And with certain classmates being depicted in these dreams, and it didn't have the clarity of the dreams that I had with different classmates in them as well as Doe in them, and as well as T in them, some of them. I never had a dream with T and Doe together in them, in a dream. And I did have a dream with Doe and another student, Crlody, and several dreams with that combination. Okay, I'm moving on. In Dreams by Roy Orbison is a beautiful song. Oh, I like Roy Orbison. I always liked his voice. I wondered if T liked him. I never heard her say. Because he was from Texas, I think. And Joey McAllister says, my vehicle is surprised to be talking to you, sir. Do you know the people who are answering messages on Heaven's Gate website? Yes, that's Mark and Sarah, or Mercody and Serafodi. They were dismissed from the classroom in 1986 or 7, and they didn't want to follow the lesson plan of I could be wrong, and they were told that they could come back if they wanted to abide by that, but they didn't want to come back, and but they still wanted to serve, and so Doe stayed in touch with them and gave them that task to do when they decided to leave. That's the short version of and I'm a dropout as well. So, so anybody that's now left behind isn't a survivor like the way they're saying it. They're dropouts. Rio's a dropout, even though Doe knew that it was the right thing to do for him to leave. Part of the plan is what Doe said about it after he checked with T about it. Because Rio wasn't ready to graduate. That's why it was part of the plan for him to do something else in the world. So they gave him a task to do. He's the only one that got a little different task than the rest of us. Directly from Doe, because he took the movie script with him. With the idea of trying to shop it to Hollywood, which he did try to do and may still be doing. I've got some indications that he may still be doing that. Then Booster says, is the government in possession of any vehicles from the higher level? Maybe, because I don't know if all of them that came from the next level. Doe said those were primitive spacecrafts that they crashed. And they said that the lower forces, Luciferian, space alien, fallen angel souls, with their hybridized human vehicles, human equivalent vehicles, tried to create a facsimile of the next level's crashes. That's why but I think if any of them are next level, they would be the ones that we had the books for, and that was the Roswell and the Plains of San Augustine and the crash at Aztec, but perhaps some others too, especially ones that were in Texas around that same period of time in the late 40s and maybe even into the early 50s. Which I believe Revelation 9:1 depicts. And Booster says, Warren has a history of lying. Yeah, I've heard that. So I wouldn't be surprised if he made it up, or if Bernie Sanders said that that gender does matter, which is what I heard him say. I wouldn't be surprised if they decided to try to use that by saying that a woman couldn't be Trump. They might have, the logic might have been like, hey, we can get something on Bernie. That's a good point. I hadn't thought about it that way. Then Sour Scroat 97 says I to the history of lying, I guess, or maybe to me. Anyway, and then laughing out loud, and then says gaming. Oh, gaming is part of his name. That or her name. I'm sorry. I don't know what pronoun to use. Forgive me that. This was a very good stream, thanks. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it. I can benefit from it. It's not for entertainment. I know that. But the truth is entertaining. It is to me. Any truth to me is I really like hearing. I really like getting the bottom line on something that, especially when it's been so hidden. And the media is pretty much hidden all the in-depth understanding about T and Doe. And so it's my pleasure and honor to be able to have the time to do this. And so with that said, I'm going to say good night, and it's been great. Thank you. Good night.